Hello and welcome back to Disco Elysium. One thing I have noticed is that my playback is a bit slower. So when I end the stream, it's not actually where I ended it. It's like way before. I forgot what I was doing. What's my quest? Armor pieces, traps. Turn to the dead body with Kim. Working class husband. Well, found him. Find a murder weapon. Prove your authority. Well, if I get all the armor, I guess that's my authority. Oh yeah, I can't talk to Ellis right now. Let's see. Joyce's info on the lynching. Oh yeah, I have my badge now. That's right, we can go talk to her. Hello.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
She pats her wet raincoat. No need, tell me something. I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy.
Got a spare?
What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
About my missing badge again.
I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Let me guess what I found. My badge. Show the badge. Don't want to negotiate my way.
Did you? Wonderful.
She inspects a piece of blue plastic. The faded green pearls of her eyes scanning left to right.
It is a relief to see a W freighter here. The situation is precarious, to say the least.
W
It
freighter.
needs a quick solution, or we will have a bloodbath on our hands.
You said contain the situation?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
I've already heard about connection between the lynching and strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
You mean that mercenary? Momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker.
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Oh, and then they immediately dispatched the mercenary. Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they?
Cronell, an Odinese military company. As
Cornell.
far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez.
PMC.
They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
So there's more of them.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment. The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually
Colonel.
assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
Oh, I see. And so that was the one that was hung up, probably.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Cronell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
There's 2 more. For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
You've made a mess here. I have to say, this is not Disco. Maybe the investigations can team up, you know, share resources and intelligence. Boy, oh boy, is that not good. Yeah, this is not Disco.
It is very far from Disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
They would have to project strength and power. The Union has over 2,000 men.
The numbers are against them, 1,000 to 1. What can they do against the Union? There seems to be a lot of them.
Have you ever seen a Hornet invade a beehive, Detective? It's not pretty. These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots.
Like a
The
flintlock?
automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
Minutes. Well, they must be firing those bullets very slowly.
As I said, a bloodbath.
I can't see it happen. Too many things would go wrong first. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? I think the confrontation is inevitable. Too many things will have to go wrong first.
Too many things have already gone wrong. Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. All we can do is keep the little that is not from following suit. One single concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Cornell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Downwell?
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Okay, anything else you can tell me?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
She thinks.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
ICP. Name's blanking on me. Probably. I'm gonna say no. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, yes, your condition. The International Collaborative Police maintains a database for these sorts of things. Perhaps you should consult it. It was just a suggestion.
Could you contact the company, tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
They don't have radio computers?
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman?
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
It seems like it's true because we have corroborating hearsay. But I still need evidence, of course. Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
It's the first time I've heard of this. Where did this assault take place and when? No, I've heard of it before, good dang it.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was?
Lely,
Lily.
his service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the
Corty
gunner,
and Phyllis DePaul.
I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Okay. This Lely. Anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he was?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He
Orient?
was Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the other two remaining mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
I'll be the judge of that.
Vigilantes. You're a professional officer of the only legitimate authority in Revachol.
Vigilantes. The RCM gets its authority from the coalition. Where does theirs come from? Still need to know where they are. I'll confront them directly. Okay, I'll steer clear on them.
Somehow, I doubt that lecturing them on the legitimate use of force will persuade them to stand down.
Still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Ceramic Knight. Where are these mercenaries? Yeah, because I'm wearing ceramic right now.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates.
Ah.
The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Right. That's why his clothes size is too big. Because he's wearing armor underneath. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbour gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
I had another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
What, you mean you don't know what's going on?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
Over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
How about these tats?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
What do you think? Stay quiet. Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
So she is looking at it intently. What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo pic.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Places? Like blooms in a pattern?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oranese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oranese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
Then what?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Islary Age.
You said you can't read it. Seems like you can.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
You could tell me more.
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
You're right, not a good idea. Leave it off the schedule. I need the information. Mark it down. Ask Mercs about tattoo.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I'm good. Alright, let's go back into whirling. So we've identified one. That's that big guy. Hello.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job, ma'am. It was a truly epic long-distance trek. It's just on my way while I was working the case. I'm basically also a cryptozoologist now. Yeah.
Well, in that case, sweetie, let me give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mesk in origin. The pin is an antique, quite special to the cryptozoological community.
Oh, but I'm quite partial to my own tie. Oh, well,
The
whatever.
little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
I'd really like to hear more about cryptids.
Of course, dear. Is there a particular cryptid that you're interested in learning about?
Is this bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
Okay, what is this bird? Wow, the cryptid.
Oh, yes.
Small silvery skull shines between your fingers. Its beak sharp. Okay, what is this bird?
The 8-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters.
Dang.
It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Yeah, until
until it was sighted by renowned Gottwaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
I need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm.
Okay, and Morale is...
The world's largest canyon
Morale.
system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert, an ancient
Erg.
riverbed completely dried up.
What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus.
Pericarnassus.
He was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the Teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
Eat the bird. Uva. It's the only way to survive.
He was following it? It followed him? I understand. He started hunting it. It followed him?
More like he followed it. A bird that big has many liters of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the Teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall, where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind.
Controlling his mind?
It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Hold on, how did he survive to tell the story? An 8-eyed mind-controlling bird. Fuck yes. Eyed mind-controlling bird? Come on. An 8-eyed mind-controlling bird? No way. How did he survive for 3 days?
The 8-eyed Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind.
Fertilized eggs? Fuck yes.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrau is vast,
Wamrau.
mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
So that was the last anyone saw of it? Okay, so it's never been seen again?
Sadly, yes, but there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
God dang.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
Better put it on then. What's the tiniest cryptid?
Cryobacter catlensis.
Cryobacter catlensis?
Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kotla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
What's so special about it?
The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. certainly from before recorded history. Michanu disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, she injected herself with it? She didn't even know what it does.
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
So she wants to be immortal. You mean there is an immortal geologist wandering the world? I don't understand. Why would you prolong your life? Being alive is terrible. Tend to live forever too, as a symbol. She was preparing for the end times. She wanted to witness and record the Twilight proceedings. Mortal bacteria, immortal geologist. That's too wild.
Yes, and she's quite mad too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
There any invisible cryptids?
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
What's that?
The Coldamama Dakwa, or
Called the
thin
mama.
whisper
Dakwa.
of sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
What does sound like?
Like nothing, it's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
How would you know it exists? But how can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Would it be here? Right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Maybe it's predatory.
What if it's predatory?
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would have found it by the damage it inflicts.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
Love Half-Light. What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagi ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds,
Okay.
were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Songbirds. Just nod eagerly.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Coldamama Dakwa, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them.
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mama Dakwa they followed individually. That is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction. They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadakwas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
They cancel each other, huh?
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population. After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Koltamamadakwa population anywhere.
Interesting. What about...
What about what?
This has been educational, sadly we need to discuss something else.
Of course, dear.
You haven't told me you've seen the Phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the Phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But, darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear.
Child?
Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
Okay, what happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian Phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
He looks at her with admiration, forgetting a wild smile on his face. You're on a date?
Our first, yes.
The woman looks at her husband tenderly.
The glance is tender, yes, but tempered by something else. A thought she can't express, even to him. Interesting.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Maybe you imagined it, Lena?
How could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
Makes sense.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Now I know what it
I
looks
do
like.
appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
That's all for now, ma'am.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the...
Hello, Morel.
Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
Use your gruff pound on
He
the shoulder.
tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
Wait a minute. I gotta put on the necktie. Oh, this is actually freaking good. In the Empire Volition, Cryptid's protection. A slender bolo tie held together by an antique clasp at the shape of a bird skull. The skull features 8 cavities for eyes. It's disturbing, but you can't look away. Yeah, it's my tie and more.
Good to see you again, officer. To
Talk
what
about
do I owe the pleasure?
Specific cryptids.
All right. What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. Since you've offered to help, you need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
You know about the most dangerous cryptid, the Gnome of Jeroma?
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous living cryptid?
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
Living? No. I can try to guess. Must be the evil apes duking it out on the giant bull.
The what?
The evil apes. I suspect I may be one myself.
Oh, you're just talking about humans. Well, yes. We are quite dangerous, but we're hardly cryptids.
Drinks his hat and says it's as if it's the most sensible thing in the world.
The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose.
Get out of here. The dread moose?
Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Was it a zombie? Hold on. Does it also attack people?
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that what you will.
Okay, what does the dread moose look like?
Just like an ordinary Arden moose.
Then how can you tell if it's the ordinary or the dread kind?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
A moose that looks like any other moose. What's going on here? He's kidding, right?
I'm 100% behind the dread moose. I utterly believe it exists. I'm not completely sure about this dread moose.
The bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more.
What's the other evidence?
The recent surge in the moose population. As hidden carnivores, the dread moose are effectively removing competition for both themselves and their evolutionary cousins.
But why would it need to hide its carnivorous nature?
Moose are already being hunted for sport. Can you imagine what would happen if they came to be viewed as predators?
What exactly is the relationship between carnivorous moose and a regular moose?
The carnivorous moose are a very young species, the result of a genetic mutation that fared well in the process of natural selection. It makes sense that such a majestic animal with natural weapons, antlers, would come to rule the forest. The only strange thing is that it took so long.
Are there any reliable eyewitness accounts of moose killing other animals for food?
One slaughterhouse at the outskirts of the woods in Vasa reported that its staff kept seeing moose in the distance. The moose would just stare at the building, as though they were waiting for something, its eyes bloodshot and full of cruelty.
That does sound suspicious. I'm not sure I'm buying it. Yeah, it sounds suspicious.
And that's not all. Some of the slaughterhouse apprentices went hiking by a nearby creek and saw a moose nibbling on an unidentified carcass.
This isn't something unique. Various species of deer have been known to scavenge when plant food is scarce.
Oh,
Anyway, there is more than enough evidence to justify a thorough search for the dread moose. Let's close the subject before it turns into an argument.
Here is a man who has had more than his fair share of heated arguments and would, surprising as it may seem, prefer not to have any more.
no, but the Cryobacter catalensis.
Oh, everyone knows about that one, thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
Coughs in his
A
face.
bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told, even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok,
The Nong-Ok?
a flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian, perhaps any other animal, who knows. When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ok hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor.
I know. A lot of this is bullshit, but I feel like some is actually useful.
Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see.
It can't
One
all
of
be
the few
bullshit.
figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she disappeared.
When did she disappear?
Oh, decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
Which cryptid did you almost catch? You said before that you almost caught one.
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialists would find rather dull.
What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
Trees? He says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing it?
You probably have.
How'd you almost catch a willow person?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself.
Wouldn't it camouflage itself on those painted trees?
After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove.
Flying lavender melon. And then?
I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow?
I know it sounds like we were snacking on funny mushrooms, but I did see motion and colour. Mine is not a confirmed sighting of a cryptid, however. Much goes into verifying these things, and my account comes short of a few standards.
And Lena's sighting of the phasmid. Is that?
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
Fantastic.
The woman nods thoughtfully, while her hands smooth over the plaid covering her knees. There is some uncertainty in that motion, no? Smoothing the fabric like that, as if looking for some kind of confirmation.
Just tell me about the cool cryptid. Any cryptid.
No offence, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer. My strength lies in field work and persistence.
He brushed an errant strand of hair from his eye.
Be friendly, dear. The detective really likes these critters. We've talked about them in great detail.
Yeah.
Now the man feels embarrassed. Time to move on, perhaps.
By all means.
Did you know Gary was hiding in the armor?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of them.
Thanks.
Doesn't dare say more. So I checked all the traps.
Good. Okay. And?
Nothing. Maybe I didn't check them all after all. And one of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Yes, there was nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
Yeah.
That's not ideal, but...
What could have gone the locusts?
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locusts and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. What a deft hunter, this phasmid. I know, I'm not persuaded.
Of course. Be sarcastic. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture, mine stands, okay?
Be sarcastic? I'm not sarcastic. Misinterprets your words.
Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique de Ravachol, is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened?
Develop an alternative theory about the missing locusts. Give me a second. And now I can put on these gloves, which give me more interfacing. Alright, let's talk.
Hello. Lena and I were just discussing the design of the new trap.
Alright, 72% high, let's do this.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
Child?
You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
Think a little hooligan called Kuno might have stolen the locusts.
A little hooligan? But what would a child want with bugs?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
I'll talk to the little gremlin and see if anything comes up.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
After this is your last chance to talk to Gary.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs.
Looks at his tea.
Morale, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
Alright, Gary.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
Got nothing to say to you.
Can I help you?
No.
Was that? Could it be the Calder Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Probably not. Is it? Is there a ringing? Listen more
There
closely.
seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
No, yeah, we couldn't hear it. Listen closely first.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Move your head toward the sound.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
No, come back, please. Listen more.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
Called Mama Dakwa. Temporary research bonus, none. Where is it? Coach physical instrument. Shirt slot empty. Yeah, I have a shirt slot on, so fuck you. There. Cold Mama Dakwa. Alright, Kuno. What you got?
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about any missing locusts?
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, see.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
What's this about? Now hold on. No one is lame here. Just tell me what happened. Kids are in trouble. Yeah, you kids are in trouble.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
There's definitely something going on here. Remember his pig's head shack? You should check it out.
Alright, reaction
Kuno
speed.
doesn't fuck.
I would have thought Inland Empire would say that, but no. Got a locust in here.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Sounds like you found the locust, Detective.
What is this?
Heaps of leaves are rotting among the mudcake towers. Dozens of little locusts feed on them, buzzing away with vicious joy. Kuno has really outdone himself here.
He made them a home. Oh, how nice of him.
It's an ode to self-expression.
I should go and ask him to stop then.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad. Kuno doesn't give a fuck about anything.
And then you took the locust from the traps the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
So it wasn't a phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
I was really hoping it would be the reed phasmid that ate the locusts, not you, Kuno. You say you don't give a fuck about bugs, then why don't you go build a whole bug town? Why steal locusts? Wouldn't you find some other pets? Hey, you're building a bug town.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
Impotent rage.
The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The damage may be permanent.
City of Rage sounds like a cool place. What, you some kind of artist now? Whatever, kids, it's just one of us. That sounds like cool.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that's how lame it is. Please just don't say you're...
An artist? Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
That's great, Kuno. It's cool to make art. You should listen to your friend, Kuno. Art's lame as hell. It's cool to make art.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in, like, 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
Tears out the buttons of his shirt trying to rip them up open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
That depends on the choices you make, young girl. Oh, come on. No one's gonna come take you away. Say nothing. Yeah, no one's gonna come and take you away.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
Oh, authority. I need you to stop taking locusts from the traps. The cryptozoologist is trying to find something very important. Those locusts are bait. I have to ask, what does the city of locusts mean? What's going to happen to a locust, not towards the shack? Yeah, what does the city of locusts mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
Turns his face up to
Pig,
heavens.
you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
What's going to happen to the locusts?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Why don't you just stop taking the locusts from the traps? The cryptozoologist just trying to find something very important. They took a spade.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence, just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno.
Okay, now that's settled. I better be off.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Into the Insulindian phasmid.
He recognizes the name.
Wait, you know what the Interlindian phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
Do you know Kuno S? Kunes?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Alright, no.
Kuno's like Kuno's dad? Kuno doesn't give a... Kuno...
Okay, now let's talk to them about it.
Hello, officer. I think I almost have it. A new trap design, that is. I know you're skeptical, but I have a good feeling about this.
I had a chat with this kid, Kuno. He promised to stop stealing the locusts.
So he was just a child.
Presses his lips, crestfallen.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie. This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
She acts chipper, but something's changed in her tone. A hidden worry. Something is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locusts. It's something else.
What, that this, phasmid doesn't exist?
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
Breaks into a hideous coughing fit.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season when it's warmer.
Man, I'm really feeling this is costing me time on my main investigation. It's not worth risking your health. You should call it a day and go home. I'd offer to help, but I have my own things to do. Damn it, maybe I can still restock the trap for you. It's come too far to quit. I'm gonna restock the trap. Let's do this. Except enthusiastically. Yeah, it's really costing me time.
Of course, sweetie. You've helped us so much already. Everyone would understand if you...
We've come too far to quit. I'm gonna restock the trap. Let's do this.
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Here's a fresh batch of locusts. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but...
Wow, co-discovery. You'd be famous.
Happy
You'd
enough
show
as it
them
is.
All. This does tingle the pleasure center. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Show off my authority. Hell yeah. Box with locusts. Cardboard box with several rows of little holes on the lid. Though at first glance, the box seems perfectly ordinary. Upon closer examination, it's obvious it has been prepared with great care. Alright, restock the one that was left empty. Easy enough. Now that I have some money, let's go look through this stuff.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
I want this felon sneakers, but I can't wear them anyway, so not really much of a point in that.
The trap stands empty amongst the reeds. No insect sounds or movement around. Only the reeds melancholy rustling.
Release the locusts into the empty trap.
The locusts, dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
That's not the point. I don't care.
All the traps are stopped now, and still no sight of the phasmid. Return to Morel and let him know.
Hold on, I gotta check all the traps, right? Not sure why I'm so determined in this. Feels safe and warm in here, not like the outside. Industrial coal pellets burn with this orange glow.
Is that the phasmid? It looks like the phasmid, leaning against the wall.
What? Where? Trying to sneak up on the phasmid. Leap toward the phasmid and clasp it in your hands.
It's not the phasmid. It's not even organic. It's a fire iron. How disappointing.
Oh, fire iron. Can't believe it. Of course that wasn't a phasmid, it's way too big. That's what I get for trying to be a scientist instead of a cop. I mean, I'm not even a good cop. Can't believe it.
Right? You'll have better luck next time, though. The phasmid, finding it is your destiny.
Give the dream of discovering the insulin and phasmid a rest for now. Ruffed grouse taxidermy. Dead body of a grouse, stuffed with some unknown material. From a distance it might just pass off as the real thing. The bird itself looks extremely ruffled and slightly grumpy. From a distance it passes as the real thing. Am I supposed to do something about that? Hello?
Mister, what were you doing in my fireplace?
There was a phasmid in it. I was trying to catch it.
Oh. Okay.
Where are your parents?
My mom's outside, and I don't really know about my dad.
She gives you a bright smile like it's a good thing. What's this? Show the stuffed bird you took from Seal.
It's a grouse!
Smiling broadly.
You might be able to get on Garth's good side if you replace the broken skewer you almost certainly broke.
Yes, but what's it for? Can I have it? I know someone who really likes stuffed birds. Oh, okay, thanks. And can I have it?
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
What's the thing you're holding?
It's Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
She holds a fuzzy beast up to demonstrate.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lambie looks soft. Oh, okay. Well, pleased to meet you, Lambie.
Yes. Very soft.
Press your cheek against Lambie. I don't disturb it. I'm scum.
Isn't he soft?
Yes. Goodbye.
Bye!
Okay, I just got a bird. Alright. We continue on the hunt for Phasmid. Phasmophobia. Whatever. Next, it's not yours. You ain't crash every MC in Rivershaw, hopefully. Motor carriage.
All the traps are stopped now.
Guess I don't need to check them. Oh, I'll just check this last one.
All the traps are The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Try to see inside.
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
Finish thought. Hello.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
It sees you approaching in small.
You, officer, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I was just telling my son about this building. Not many people appreciate the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Oh, in hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
Wait, what was that about the windows before?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Alright, you were talking about the building. Go on.
Very important. Mikhail, say hi to the officer.
Rests his hand on the boy's shoulder. John stays hidden behind the hem of his father's coat, clutching to his worm-themed coloring book.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What's so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
He raised his hand to his eyes, springtime sun warming his handsome face. All three of you turned to admire the mirror before you.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Cybernetics?
Hold on. What's R&D?
Little building looming over you.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead.
I don't think I've ever heard of this Feld Electrical.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
Just his suit jacket.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve. I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
What happened?
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
He wipes his nose on his sleeve.
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk, look under your feet. What happened to the engineers accompanying people? What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers? How did those tape computers work? Do they work like radio computers?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel.
A wheel!
As if picturing gondolas rising to the sky.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Had a bright future. What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
What did they do with tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What was that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
How did these tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Womty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredevoort.
Womty Dumpty Dum?
It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Yes.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world.
I am reaction speed.
What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Okay, the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. Paul Ockerman, Keith and Guy Juice. What are you talking about?
The Womty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
You're making this up. Turn to his son. Hey, is your dad making all this all up? Come on, there's no place called the Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center of Arts.
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredevoort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Cool. I've seen cool things in that. Elysium should get some of those.
Even one would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. So they did. The failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Wait, the failed playback experiment?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the failed playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Why did the revolutionaries destroy it? I think it's a movie. A projector.
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way,
Probably.
they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
To burn down the technology rather than to let the foreigners have it. I want to ask something else.
But of course, what else?
You're about the
Sure.
failed?
What's on your mind?
Something
But
else?
of course, what else?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any money?
I do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
Or stuff like it's not a thing at all.
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
You can have some unimportant money then? I don't want your money. I just want to see whether my profiling skills were working.
Of course, Detective, I wouldn't have assumed anything else. Matter of fact,
Playful hint shining in his eyes.
I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice has published a rather interesting paper on the criminal profiling in former socialist states. Have you read it? If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying?
Great, thank you for the interesting information.
No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Alright, seems like something I can go to the library to do something with. Wumpty Dumpty Dome. Center. Temporary research bonus. Must one suggestion outsider. I'm not sure if I want this. I'm not sure if I want this. Give 1 real, but I don't think I do ultra liberal shit. So I just forget that. Because I don't actually know what these things do. And this is all an experiment to see what they do. See if it's all worth it. Alright, let's go back to Morel. And give Guy his fucking thing ding. You know what, let's talk to you first. Hello?
Hi, officer.
Net picker. A woman in a raincoat stands on a key. Considering her overturned build, a sword in a scabbard hangs from her hip. Sword?
Anything I can help you with?
It depends. Where are we exactly?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium.
Why?
The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Questions. The first is, what's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help me? Is that your boat?
Sure is. The Sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Alright, nice sword.
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks, mostly.
Hold on. Do you know how to use it? It is imposing. Not. Isn't that what guns are for?
Guns are expensive and fragile, I think. Besides, I got kids. Can't have guns around them, and sometimes a sharp blade is enough to keep folks at bay.
What do you need intimidation tactics?
From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Alright. Why don't more women arm themselves if it's so effective? Can I borrow that sword?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. It would put me in an early grave. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that.
Behold, point to the expression on your face. I'm a proper man, believe me. True, those people I've met are scared. Do you like it? Find someone else to laugh at. I'm not a clown.
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
So where are all these men now?
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Wait, why? If they're thick-headed?
Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
Not to say if it's a joke.
If it is, then why the melancholy?
Where's your husband now?
Gone.
Gone where? Gone? Coward, I would never leave anyone. Disappeared. Sounds like a missing persons case.
No. There's nothing to find. He's dead. Lost to the waves.
That's bad. What happened? Oh, say no more. Wait for it to continue. He died? Was he murdered?
Yeah. By himself. Inadvertently. He never respected the sea. Went out there drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day he didn't come back. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
She really liked those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Yeah, death is nothing. I shit on death. Should have thrown yourself in the waves after him. Not sagely. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it? It's time to let go and move on. Gotta keep the wheel spinning. I shit on death.
I don't. But us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
She glanced at the village where two the old kids are playing with what looks like rocks.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another, better, drunk. Ask her. Both of you could need some action.
What do you do around here?
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
What else?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic Insulindian cuisine.
Is that enough to make a living?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
Interesting. What have you found? Never thought the sea brought in anything particularly interesting. Down the beach. Sounds quite romantic. Alright, I think I get it. Yeah, sounds quite romantic.
Oh, very. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. Every once in a while we get dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
A mine?
What else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass. Very romantic.
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Need to know about those human bodies. A mine? The RCM could use a mine. Where is it? Drugs? I need info on this. Major narc. Point to yourself. This place looks bad. Won't you leave?
Go where? The fish are plentiful here and we get enough orders to get by. It's not great, but it's something.
Just gotta follow the work. That's where the money sleeps. Anywhere with better opportunities. Just somewhere. Away from all this sadness. Understand what you're saying. Could be worse elsewhere. Yeah, away from here.
People imagine picking up and finding something better is an easy solution. But how is that supposed to work when all your time and energy goes to staying alive? You have almost nothing to set aside to actually fight your way out.
Hordes of wild, homeless people roaming the lands. Nomads scattered across an endless plain.
Conceptualization.
A dystopian world
Failure.
where tear is the only valid currency, and people eat each other to stay alive.
I don't mean to complain about my pauper life. We are warm and fed here and... I don't know. There's just something about this shithole.
I'm looking for someone. Maybe you can help?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
I'd like to ask something else. Working class husband.
Yeah, I'm not really looking for that anymore. Not much into the middle class ones either. Could do with some landed gentry, but apparently they don't make those anymore.
The husband isn't for me. I'm looking for him for his wife.
Wish I could help you with that, but I haven't seen your working class husband. Maybe I can help you find someone else. Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Someone else?
Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Alright, might as well. She needs to go on a date with another drunk badly, yeah.
Oh yes, she does. You need to get your drink on. There is no other way for human beings to procreate. Not after 6,000 years of yeast cultivation-based mating rituals.
I like you, but I'm afraid to be around you because you're a woman. Want to be close to you and there's... but one way to intimacy. Since the dawn of mankind, Al Ghul has been watching over the reprocreation of our species. Lay with me. Let's celebrate the Ghoul. Now it makes closeness possible. Let's connect.
Now, there's a whole shipment of big words. May mankind be plentiful, I guess. Can I get back to my nets now?
She doesn't even understand you asked her out. Perhaps you're too sober to pull it off right now. Try again later.
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
It was an accident, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling it. I got drunk and apparently drove it into the sea. Official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that, ma'am. I don't know.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
You're suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage? No, that's senseless sentimentality. Inanimate objects don't have souls. I'm actually in the middle of a murder investigation right now.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
I don't think they have funerals for motor carriages. An odd thought. Maybe I should. I don't want a funeral. I hate death. Maybe I should.
How odd. Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Don't get attached, definitely not to things. Alright, I'm in. But organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
It's going to be quite a few years before nature is able to completely take care of a motor carriage. You could always come back in a few months and see if you still want to give it a proper send-off.
Let's focus on things we can actually do, right? It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area or...
I understand, believe me. I really do. I think about all the frivolous side activities I could be doing every time I go out there with my nets. But daydreaming is a rich man's game. At sea, you can't afford to be careless and dream. Anyway, what are we talking about here again?
We've seen you. What was that thing called again? Rhetoric? Oh, not rhetoric.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon.
Suggestion. Yeah, my suggestion's pretty bad. Hello. Eyes are closed.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
You can't see me. How'd you know I was here?
I still have a golden ear. Come, come.
Oh, what if I don't want to?
Tut, tut. Don't be shy now. It's going to be all right.
All right, lean forward.
Oh, welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We're cops. We're hellraisers. Click, click, bang, bang. I'm a cop. I don't cause trouble. I take care of trouble.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
Wait, I've been here before? What ill omen are we talking about? If I'm an ill omen, alright. Because you're ill omen, why hasn't anyone told me about that?
No, not you personally. I meant the RCM.
I see.
Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that woodshed over there.
She points to the building behind her.
He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh, the usual. Dark tidings. Black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
I am an ill omen, alright.
You're still welcome here as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of houses, or a lot of people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Nah, where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack.
How much is it?
I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Wait, hold on, you're just giving it to me? I'm not sure if it's appropriate for the RCM to accept free accommodation. There's this guy God who makes me give him money every night just so I don't die out in the cold. Yeah, I'll take it, Kikisi, home.
No one is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
Wait, why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
One more time, I can just have the room?
Aye. The room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here.
It would help me stay in touch with the proletariat. This would be the first chapter of my rags to riches memoir. Now this is real Rivasholian hospitality. That guy must be half-kipped or something. Unfortunately, the incremental development hasn't elevated this neighborhood yet. I see potential here. Not see much. It sounds just fine. I don't need much. It sounds just fine.
In it there now. I'm sure of it. Are you interested or not?
Sire, she doesn't believe things will ever improve around here.
Alright, you guys have a tenant. Get keys.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
What's in this fishing village?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist.
What do you mean?
This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
There's gotta be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find more of the same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the Pox.
The Pox? What's that?
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinderblock houses. Shacks as far as the eye can see.
What happened to the hospital?
The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives in this village?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they're away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
I met Lillian and her daughter already.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left.
I haven't seen any drunks yet, though.
Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Don't have to look long to find these guys.
Is there a way to make a little money around here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
Alright, there's another topic I'd like to address.
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
Must have been.
The ecclesiastics have tried to get things going there, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Which is it then? Apartment or electrical plant?
I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else on that?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
Who'd want to come to a fish market here?
No one. That's why it's closed. It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
That's it? There's gotta be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End.
Land's End.
Used to be a supply depot, we think.
Oh, that.
Sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible. And now you know everything there is to know about this coast.
Tell me about yourself. Who exactly are you here?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie.
Sadie.
Now it's your turn, Mr.
Lieutenant Double Yefrita Harrier Dubois.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
Goodbye, I'm off. Alright, check out our new place.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted. The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter the shack now.
And we enter. Oh, nice. Korohev jacket. Logic checkmate. This swanky checkered jacket flatters your form in a way that makes you feel the fun kind of serious. It was really nice, roomy. It has really nice, roomy pockets too.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Might try electrochemistry. Oh.
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center.
Is this any good?
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
Doesn't sound good. Honest to suggestion, pretentious wanker. But encyclopedia.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
See the waves, the sea, a church. Yeah, I might put a point into encyclopedia. Level up. Bubbles creak on your step.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Look at the source.
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species.
Okay.
Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened.
Disco?
For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing.
Guillaume
Le Million.
Le Million.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right.
Guillaume Le Million.
Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air Boîte de Nuit somewhere in Revachol West. Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
No, so I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
Feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it. Click, click.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Lemillion's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Lemillion, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
Fantastic. How long ago was the new?
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else, like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
That's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Alright, Impossible 18. Attempt to stop the expression from happening.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Food.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap,
wash basin.
and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Shaving the right call.
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
Let's do it. Get them off.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Feel your clean-shaven cheeks.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Shaving the right call.
The water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional.
That's good. Old science fiction magazines, books about birdwatching, and an almanac from 39. Centrifugal heat engine hums quietly, giving out pleasant warmth. It's a nice place.
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest.
No time to rest yet. Hello, children.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. He can't be more than 5 years old. The other one looks indistinguishable from him.
Twins.
He watches his brother kick the stone with his tongue lolling out of his mouth.
Must be Lillian's twins. Is little Lily your sister? Went to the house. You guys look identical. Yeah, it must be Lillian's twins.
This one doesn't say anything, kicking the concrete with his worn-out sneaker.
Lily's our mum.
Tongue still lolling out of his mouth. I already said that.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too large for his shoulders. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating.
Is little Lily your sister?
Yes.
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 So you're being laconic about it?
It doesn't look like he knows what that means.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You guys look identical.
The stone-kicking one becomes frantic all of a sudden, as if that's something to be scared of. The obvious fact that you just stated.
He looks just like me.
Yeah, I said that.
The boy doesn't answer. His brother throws another rock. Both of their hair is covered in some kind of dirt.
Children are stupid.
You're stupid.
Nolan tells him suddenly very serious. Okay, how about the policeman asks you something else now? I'm just gonna leave now. I'm gonna leave and not talk to you anymore. Bye.
Okay.
Take care. Well, that was that. Guess I should talk to these dudes. Why not? While I'm here.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
What are you talking about? Good to see you too, friend. I'm a police officer, not your friend. And good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Amphetamine?
Hi.
Fet?
By amphetamine, I mean speed.
You didn't hear me when I said I'm a police officer. I thought by speed you meant amphetamine.
Hi. That's what I said.
Right, got it.
Good, good, my man. Now what can I offer you?
Quite the business venture you set up here.
Oh. The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good. Got my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I got everyone on my hook.
Spins his arm and smiles a crooked toothless smile. Looks like you're on your own hook too. Aggressive entrepreneurship. Point to his vice stand. I approve. Got a permit for this little shit show?
Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving.
Why does this bottle of spirits cost 300 real?
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
I don't get it, but sure. Let him speak. No one can buy spirits for 300 real. That's crazy. I'll just have the spirits and not the story today, thank you.
You know what's crazy, actually?
What is?
What?
What do you mean, what? What do you think was crazy earlier? Forget it. I just want the spirits. Yeah, what do you mean, what?
This guy.
Where'd you get the bottle of spirits from?
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
Spits a nasty yellow clot on the ground before you.
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
That's a good tip, I should remember it. Sounds dangerous. Yeah, I should remember it.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
Assholes. Are there no shame taking money for a service they provide? Okay, how?
The idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know
Biology?
what doctors use to preserve dead thingies.
Gets an excited gleam in his eyes.
Quite 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila. What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
Wait, 3?
Don't say it.
Can I smell it first?
Yeah, be careful. It's extremely flammable. One spark and the entire city of Revachon is wiped off the map.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze right inside your nose, then drenched it in tear gas. Your nose is a singular source of pain, but at the same time you don't remember the last time you felt so alive. In all fairness, that might be attributed to the retrograde amnesia.
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the spirits or not?
Nah, I think it would be useful, yes. For 3 real.
3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it.
Yeah.
That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Yeah, I'll take that. Blue medicinal spirit.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
If you drink this, then you'll die. That's a fact. And that's why we're going to save you from yourself and store this as a sellable item. Go sell it at the pawn shop for a profit.
Alright, I'm off.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
And waves you off. Hello.
Hey, tequila!
A 30-something man clad in 2-piece lycra tracksuit puts down his pilsner, and extends his hand in greeting.
Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you?
Shake his hand.
So what's happening?
Wait, tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that
I've met
later.
them before. Not too hot, I'm on a 50-year losing streak. Reality makes me aggressively sad. Don't know. People tell me I'm a cop, I'm getting used to that. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law. Yep.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please! Please don't go! Don't go!
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
It's a pirate's life for me. Why is that Tequila Sunset? You keep saying it.
It's you. You're Tequila Sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Nope.
Aha. Do you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be?
Tequila. Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
For some reason, the name Tequila fills me with foreboding. Maybe I shouldn't learn what it means.
You think you feel bad now. Wait till you've heard the story.
No, you need the wisdom.
Alright, go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday. And by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Wait, did we meet on Friday? Was I alone?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get pissed drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
Oh yeah, that's totally your style.
Yep. What, like you've never threatened to paint the wall with your own brains in front of some strangers? Please continue. Oh yeah, not the first time this comes up. Yeah, sure, I did that thing. What of it?
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling.
Knew the feeling.
One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs. Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
Naturally. I want to get off this story train right now.
Anyway, there was a brief silence. A gasp of silence, if you will. Followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic. What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach. You revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs. "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for tequila sunset, the end of all things."
Oh god, what happened next? No, it's more dignified that way. Every word I said was true. Tequila sunset will break the looms of reality.
After which, your reality contracted. You jammed the pedal, plowed right off the jetty, and through the ice. We ran towards the ice, whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit. Like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep. Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole tequila sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
Wait, so is Tequila Sunset an event or a name? Sounds pretty good. Real name is Harry. Yeah, real name is Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
How long did we party for?
Hours. It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them fucked you real bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
Now that's a story. You sure it happened like that?
It was the greatest thing this fishing village has seen since Rosemary tried to use a crab to open his beer.
Aye, that was a classic too.
Did I tell you anything specific about the person that fucked me?
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do the fucking around here. Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If
Don't
I had
call
to
Abigail.
guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge, you said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
Did I say anything about my colleagues?
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style. No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
What about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
Did we talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
Did you get a read on what kind of cop I was?
You kept apologizing for being such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
I don't need to hear anymore.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
Seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Yes, want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
The gleam in his eyes and the
what?
slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
I have a feeling that it's going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package.
You want booze, don't you?
I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, you see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Got some sweet Commodore Red. Got this blue medicinal spirit, how about that? Probably don't want to give him that. Don't have any on me right now. Don't want to give you any alcohol. Non-enabler. Don't do it now.
In that case, I'm not a storyteller.
Seen ya.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Alright, what about you? Well, he knows he narrows his eyes at you as if in recognition, then turns his head away.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail!
I am the law. Who is Abigail? I'll call whoever I want. Don't tell me what to do. It's making me uncomfortable. Who is Abigail?
Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Don't lean in.
He waves his hand as if shooing you away. He snorts.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Who are you? What's your name?
Don't call Abigail.
Where am I? What is this
The man
place?
hiccups, then mumbles something unintelligible.
Demand you answer my
The
questions.
drunk man starts coughing a really disgusting, hacking cough.
Tell me your friends.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail? Don't call.
Did you just die?
Tequila Sunset.
Alright, fine.
Tequila. Wonderful.
Commodore Red.
Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know.
Hey, George. AKA Idiot Doom Spiral.
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual.
Reasonably?
A founder / junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
Go on.
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff.
What?
I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
Wait, how many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
So you was a manager? What? Of what? Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansariq tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
Shit-stained pants. Oh shit. What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets. So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan.
Okay.
I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
How wet are we talking exactly?
It was a day not unlike this one here.
Yeah, it's raining right now. Glad skyward.
I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
I would have landed on my feet. I've got feline reflexes. Ouch. Say nothing.
No, you don't.
Whatever. The point is, reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
Gotta be shitting me. Okay, so what happened next?
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbor's buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Was he a door-to-door salesman?
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there.
Yeah, just go to your office.
But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you
Locked
think?
all his keys away.
Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Wait, is that it? I feel like there are some steps missing. I'm almost homeless myself, doesn't seem so bad. Look on the bright side, you got a hell of a story. Do you realize all this is your own fault? I literally can't believe it. Yeah, I literally can't believe it.
Me neither, Tequila. When I lost my keys, I lost more than access to my apartment. I also lost my leverage over humanity. I wasn't a high-concept creative director anymore. I was just some homeless asshole with a premium Sansariq Lycra tracksuit. You can't imagine what that does to a man's confidence. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you. Almost empty, this one.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Good fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit. I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
What's the name of the agency?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting.
What?
I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator
I
called
think I'm losing brain cells listening to
Thin
this.
Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Rebishal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Looks toward the bay.
If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
Mixing oil painting and breasts to make ads aren't high art. It's just cynical wankery. That's so high concept, I have no idea what it means. Man, mixing high and low commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit. Okay, never mind what I asked.
Well, you know, sex sells. That's the first rule of advertising.
Maybe, but still tired. Yeah, actually, you're right. Let the market sort it out. No need for me to regulate this stuff.
That's what's so cool about advertising. It's kind of like art, except you can also get fucking rich doing it.
What's up with the tracksuit?
What? You've never seen 100% lycra before? Go on, feel that primo material.
Stings his arm.
You really shouldn't touch it.
Just admire it from afar, thanks. I'll touch it. Fuck you, Half-Light.
Pretty nice, huh? This might be one of the last of its kind. Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins together. You feel about 15% less human for having touched it.
I got plenty of morale.
Randomized trials have also found liquid
Money!
TM to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them anytime.
What about the other drunks?
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
Hey, tequila! You want to buy some speed?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
A gurgling sound comes from the direction of the non-responsive man.
And yeah, you're already acquainted with abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable
Actually, I've seen that jacket.
It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Wait, you're asking a police officer to help find a jacket you stole and then lost?
Yeah, exactly. You're here to serve, right?
I don't have time for this. Okay, sure, where'd you lose it?
If I knew where I lost it, don't you think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk,
remember
or walking along the beach,
seeing this jacket.
or checking out the abandoned fish market.
That's a lot of places.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. I'm all ears, Tequila.
I'm just gonna go grab that jacket. I spent so long there. There it is. Filthy jacket. I'm not gonna wear it. Blue medicinal spirit. The liquid has an unearthly blue tint. The kind that might or might not, but definitely does glow in the dark. This is a 98.7 pure alcohol. Keep it away from an open flame. Filthy jacket. The filthy jacket has been the mercy of the elements for quite some time. It's streaked with seagull shit and abnormally stiff from God knows what natural processes. Can't even tell what brand it is.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Yes, think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Ew, 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 flick your hands.
Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
Anyway, let's check out these phones.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change.
Pick up the handset.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Star random number.
Calling. Still call. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
Sounds about 100 years old. Yes, it's me, Pierre. I might be. What's Pierre like? No, this is not Pierre. Yes, it's me, Pierre.
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
What kind of pets did you have? That's not good. Gets lonely even when you're with people.
Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until the call suddenly disconnects.
Anyway. Let's go return his thing, then I'll go back to Gart and give him the thingamading, then I'll sing at the karaoke. It's all great. Everything's all planned out. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Tequila sunset.
Found your jacket.
Ah, tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man.
Give me the jacket. I found a little more than I bargained for.
What's that supposed to mean?
There was a dead body nearby.
What's that got to do with my jacket?
Alright, nothing to forget about. It's a pretty freaky coincidence.
What do I care about some local stiff? You gonna give me the jacket or no?
Alright, take the stupid thing.
Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
Look, I just stumbled upon another dead body. I don't care about the jacket. What do you expect? You left it outside for a week? Sorry, I found it like this.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
Underneath the accumulated filth, the jacket itself appears to be stain resistant. Maybe it just needs a good scrubbing.
Ah, scrubbing. Just drop it in there.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night.
Wash it for me.
I can wash it for you. But it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
I'm off. Oh, fawn windbreaker. This windbreaker is like a protective cocoon, placing the wearer's torso into a pocket universe where wind, water, dirt, and fire cannot harm them. Huge writing 100% synthetic is proudly displayed on the chest. It's absolutely no air through. Warning, item does not actually fireproof. It's a jacket? Oh shit. I think I might keep it. Look at me, I'm all snazzy and shit.
Tequila Sunset.
Senior, I'm keeping this jacket. Actually, I'll save the game.
Tequila, my jacket?
Yeah, the one you had when you cleaned the seagull shit off.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
What the fuck are you talking about? So you're saying this isn't your jacket? Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about?
Rosemary, what the fuck is Tequila talking about?
Oi, that's the jacket you stole 2 weeks ago. From the kid who was making it with his gal on the beach.
That's disgusting. I've never done anything like that in my life. You're both delusional. Found. That's medium.
He looks down on
concept
foul.
stuff.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
You're lost. I'm keeping the jacket for myself. Keep it. Went through some dark shit to get this for you. Take the fucking jacket.
That shit is so medium concept, I wouldn't touch it with a stick. But yeah, okay. I'm sure it looks great on you.
Yeah, I'm wearing it. Have you got any more stories?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
I don't have any on me right now.
Cottonmouth is keeping my tongue imprisoned. What's in a name?
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Shut up. I was once a reason, so you don't.
Yes, I don't. I'm out of here.
All the traps are stopped.
Okay, in that case, let's go. Let's get the fuck out of here. Actually, let's visit the pawn shop. Hello!
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
The boombox I bought should play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
Do you have any recordings of the Cold Do Mama Dakwa?
The Cold Do Mama Dakwa? Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter.
I've been thinking of quitting the RCM and becoming a cryptozoologist. I have hobbies just like all normal people, because I'm a normal person. I wouldn't have guessed that you know what the Cold Do Mama Dakwa is.
That's fair. It's been a long time since my Cold Do Mama Dakwa hunting days.
Hunting
Once
days?
knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
Get to the point. That sounds cool.
Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Koldi Mamadakwa. And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search.
Did you ever find it?
We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Koldi Mamadakwa.
That's not very scientific. Can I listen to it?
That really wasn't the point. After the Symphonia, we moved on to the sounds of office supplies or something like that. And I doubt any of us would have been any good at pushing papers. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
Spin that song, bird song. Yes, it's absolutely necessary for my research. No, that's okay. It's just that I heard they called the Mamadakwa outside the world, and I want to make sure I wasn't the only one. Let's talk about something else now. I have a feeling that'll stir his interest.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
Speakers begin to low hum.
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult. There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
Seagulls?
And skewers, but
Raises a pointer finger and inclines his head toward the speakers. A new high-pitched shivering sound.
A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Koldi Mamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? The Koldi Mamadakwa. Sorry, how interesting. Well, once knew this was before. I'm not sure. I wasn't alright.
Alright. Something I like to sell.
Let me have a look.
I have a fascinating photo of a corpse here.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale.
He barely even looks at it. Do you know what the tattoos mean?
A photic path, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
I have some armor.
Alright, let's see it.
Just look at this awesome cuirass.
Oh, no, 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 no. I don't need bloodthirsty mercenaries knocking on my door looking for their missing toys. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez with that kind of money.
It feels like he would have accepted the risk if he hoped to profit from it. It's not greed, though. Deep down, he's a gambler, provided the stakes are sufficiently interesting.
Alright.
Another time, perhaps.
I'm out of here.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table. All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Oh, you should have mentioned it before, god dang it. I would have had it way earlier. Maybe I would have got more money from I don't know. Shit. Whatever. Hey, brother.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
What do you see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
You tell me, spill the beans. What's troubling you?
Man, nothing's troubling me. Just the usual Lorman tropes and hopes. The road and the rhymes. This jam ain't helping either.
That all the beans you got, Tommy? Damn. It really is hard to talk, man to man.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
That felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to fuck off more often.
Fuck yeah, motherfucker. That's not really my style.
Hey, I've got an idea on how to fix your style. Maybe you should just go fuck yourself, yeah? Ever thought of that?
Well, that's not nice. Anyway. Tear bottles?
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. Do you know what you should do with that money?
Yes, yes. Hey, the plastic fetless farm rider sits atop his equally plastic bull. His posture indicating either desperation or pride. Comes as a set with the infamous phone cap, for which he lost his head. The head is not included. Anyway. Yeah. Actually, no. Apparently I got a bunch of copyright claims. Probably
Is
from
this
the
about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
probably from the boombox. Anyway, when's what's his face coming? Kim. Hello.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme.
Woman's handwrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts with the man's handwriting.
Can I help you?
Found a new bird for the whirling. You're on the rough grouse.
What is this thing?
It's no biggie. I just thought it would look nice on the wall. That kind of a cut. This might be the rough grouse. It symbolizes the night of male courtship rituals. It serves as a reminder to keep an eye on the cock carousellers. Carouseliers.
Cool. Okay. I was really hoping not to think about the cock carousel any longer because it made me feel like shit. But this is a competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
It's great. Alright, this light is really
Yes?
fucking with the frame rate.
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor.
You look like shit, asshole. I don't look like shit. I know it's intentional. Last couple of days have been rough. Looks don't matter, it's more on the inside that does. I'm never gonna get this case solved. Been rough.
Oh, don't be so modest. We're looking at several months worth of damage here. Kind of a miracle you're still up and at it, to be honest.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough week on him.
It's not just this week. What you want?
Cordial Station. There's something strange about this guy. Figure it out. Spirit decor.
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. A uniform.
Firefighter's uniform?
Exactamundo.
Now ask you straight. Are you or have you ever been a firefighter? Nah, I don't think it's fire. I'm gonna.
Of course, you don't have to. You can talk about anything you want.
Got some questions for you. I'm a cop.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like?
Like Guillaume Le Million?
No, you will not start blabbering about that asshole.
Now will you answer some questions for me?
No.
Don't you have to?
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now.
Don't want to answer my questions. Maybe you want to hear me say things?
Actually, I don't want to hear you say things.
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one. Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
Okay, I'm doing this investigation. A man is hanged. Shot and hanged.
You think he was hanged as a cover-up? To hide the shooting?
Hey, why am I telling you this? Basically, yes.
Okay, well...
Hey, why am I telling you this?
I don't know. Why are you?
Gives you an odd look.
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating and would lead somewhere. A custom even? Strange.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
So I hang man
Okay,
again?
Why not? Let's do the old thing. You think he was hanged as a cover-up? I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out.
Yes?
Are you with him?
What is it?
Points at a man with sunglasses.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Seems like a cool guy. You look cute together. Nothing, just wondering. Hey, you look cute together.
And you look like you don't bathe, on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
You see a heavy...
I've got nothing to say to you.
Let's get the fuck out of there because, oh my god. Okay. What can I put my points into? A lot of shit. Or should I? That's the question.
The lights are so pretty when it gets dark.
Okay, I think over here I can look at the map, which tells me a bunch of stuff. Prospect Monument, I can do that. Damage Ledger. Mirror is impossible. Is this sorted by difficulty? Probably not, right? Joyce Messier, Volition. From a Zeke guide to behaved well too. Let's go deal with that Monument.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury,
all of it,
starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to do that?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Okay.
He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
I would like to sleep on gold, hustler style. King is a king and he can do anything. Wait, really? There's no way that's true. Deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit. I'd like to sleep on gold, truth be told.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry. He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy.
I already knew this,
We're
didn't I?
talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
Okay, what is this nose candy? This is a lot to process.
Cocaine.
Just straight up. This is a lot to process. So I was addicted to nose candy. A blooded druggie?
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Elysium Bay.
I suppose that's good, I guess. This is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Of course it did. Okay, where is he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Elysium Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Yeah, they could have recycled it. Who restored the monument?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
I see, that's why it looks like it's flying away. It's brilliant, so funny and nihilistic. That's such a bad idea, really don't get it.
People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
Coolio. Alright, I need to know what this damaged ledger is. Can I zoom in? Damaged ledger is within the same area as the mirror. Pile of clothes. Is there a pile of clothes here? Oh, that's composure from that salesman. Anyway, I want to sing when, you know, Kim is here, so you can admire my artistry.
The door is still. You should punch a fucking hole in it.
Punch the door, suppress the urge.
The murmur in your ears is still. You should punch a fucking hole in it. The murmur in your ears recedes slowly. This door can only be opened with... The window stands broken. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam.
Shaved.
You see yourself. The expression still not happening.
Why is it so difficult to take this expression off my face? Anyway, Insulindian phasmid. Alright, Lena. Forgot about that. Hello.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face.
I restocked the empty trap. Where's Morel?
Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is wary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
Morel left again.
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest.
Gary's?
I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him.
Well, the hardcore players left, huh? It's probably for the best. It's awfully cold out there in those reeds. Gives up and I'm running around.
I'm sorry, dear. You've had to drudge through them so many times. Such is field work. A young person's game, as they say.
Yes.
Her voice is shaky. What is going on here?
So, who's going to check the traps?
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk Gary into going back out, perhaps.
You've come so far. You can't leave those locusts there, waiting on the ghost reed with no one to witness when it appears.
Something tells me it's up to me again.
No, you don't have to do that. Enough of this fool's errand. Morel will do it. Or Gary. You have work to do. I've wasted enough of everyone's time.
Be real. Gary is not going to help with this.
Yeah. I'll take care of it. Once more into the breach then. Take on with undue optimism. Good luck with that. My bug chasing days are done. Let's do it.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange.
Already had a cough.
Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Yeah, what's wrong? You seem different.
Different? How?
The half moons of her glasses reflect you as she looks up to you. You've given up on the phasmid. You're not telling me the whole story. Yeah.
I'm not. It's not that.
What is it?
It's a strange feeling. I haven't really told this to anyone, but you are a police officer. Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Lovely childhood story. Did someone actually tell you about the phasmid?
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not.
But Morel told me you'd seen it. You'd also told me...
Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
Are you saying you made it up? Seem to really believe it happened. Doesn't that count for something? So you haven't seen it. I should arrest you for lying. Seem to really believe it happened. Doesn't that count for something?
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe my story was evidence of the phasmid's existence. That I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for years, his belief made me believe too. But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
To hell with this, I still believe you saw the phasmid. First, our other marriage hasn't been a lie. Get back to my work. It's all false memory. Doesn't mean all cryptids aren't real. Chase another one. Means you're not sure you made it up either. Suggestion. My thing's pretty low, but let's do it. 28%.
An acorn
oh,
is
nice.
not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care.
And I need something good here.
All qualities these two seem to share in abundance.
Wrong or not, your relationship with Morel isn't just about the phasmid.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
Morel hated lecturing. He convinced him to do something real in this world. Normally when I think about this stuff, like women and marriage, I feel bad. When I think about you and Morel, I feel okay. It counts for something, no? Yeah.
But if the dream comes to naught, what good is it? No, the thing is...
She looks down at her legs.
I was a paraplegic before we met. He didn't know before I arrived. On our first date. If I weren't the queen of the cryptozoologists... If I didn't tell him that story...
Now I understand why you haven't told him about your doubts. Well, love is hard. Say nothing. Still be into you. That's not how these things work.
Maybe. But then why do I not dare tell him? I've wasted enough of your time with this drama. I really must stop talking about it lest I start crying and waste more of your time. What you have to know is the Insulindian phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
To hell with this, I still believe you saw the phasmid.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it, how it was there. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising,
memory of the memory.
Unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
Either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running a fever, and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary.
You sure you don't need help getting to Gary's?
Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered. And then a taxi home. It's not so bad.
You do that. I'll check the traps one more time.
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
Can I have your address, just in case there's news?
Okay. It's 1113 Tabernacle Road. Jamrock, but...
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
Be careful out there, Alina. Conclude. It's been a pleasure, ma'am. Conclude. Rest of it is pretty grim. Thanks for bringing some light. Conclude. Be careful out there, Alina.
You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly. Even though it turned out to be a...
Since remains unfinished.
A lie? Like that, she drives off. The gas engine sputters quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside, it's raining.
Oh boy, I have a bad feeling about this. Especially since I opened the door. I'm gonna check on him. Wait, how'd you get there? There's stairs here. Maybe there was another path that didn't require stairs. We conceptualize.
Just an ordinary wall.
Hello.
Trying to sneak up on...
Yeah. Yeah, the sound of running water. Someone's washing dishes.
The door is closed again. Nothing.
Guess I should establish my dominance, maybe? I gotta check the traps. Dang it, Kim, where are you at?
trap is full of locusts, but they seem weak and unhealthy. A few lie on their backs with their legs twitching. Still, no phasmid. Poor things.
Well, it is very cold out here. So it's closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Can I actually access this thing now? No.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot.
I don't think I can ever open that door. Unless I got a key or something. Which I don't.
Just dead and dying locusts, and the slow swaying of surrounding reeds. Poor things. A few locusts trudge along the wall of the trap. The rest are piled in a heap in the corner, dead. No phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
It's all for the phasmid.
The trap is filled with dead and dying locusts. Most of them aren't moving anymore. You still can't see a phasmid anywhere. Poor things.
Looks like we don't have phasmids. At least not today. Something on the roof. Maybe I can get into the building at a later time.
You see, a once
Anyways, I guess we should get the hell out of here. Shake it one more time.
The trap is full of locusts, but poor thing.
I'm gonna try and get this smile off my face. Oh wait, snap. You see hawthorn bushes outside.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
It's not time yet. Wait, what?
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
It's not time yet. Not time. Interesting.
The door is closed.
Maybe I should try to punch a hole in it.
The door is closed. Still, you should punch you slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and your fist hurts. This was all a very good, normal thing to do.
I actually healed myself.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered.
Electrochemistry.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
42%, let's do this.
It's like something snaps in you.
Finally.
A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long.
Too long.
Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you.
Now look normal.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Damage ledger. Is that my ledger? Let me see. Oh, I have it in my hands. Ledger of failure and hatred.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
Can I read the case files now?
Together by a clip. Then yes, at last, you find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, HDB 41. Weren't those officer precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it.
Okay.
And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Harriet Dubois, HDB.
The next world mural. The unsolvable case. I guess I can read them. The next world mural.
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case." The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles-lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Do I ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
So it didn't actually solve the case.
The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options.
Wreak havoc on the middle class. Remove the mural, it is wrong. Keep the mural, it is right.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love truly is possible in the next world for new people. And it is too late for us.
All that remains is to wreak havoc on the middle class. Middle class are not to be blamed. It's human nature. I like it, but can we wreak havoc on other nations instead? Must have voted, and possibly even lobbied, to remove the thing because I don't believe in that rubbish one bit. It's human nature.
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
The unsolvable case.
AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk, you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability.
Can we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Dang.
Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved.
Just took a public beating.
Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
I can revisit this.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Yeah, whatever. Let's see. Map. Challenging medium pile of clothes. Oh, yeah. Interfacing. Guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. I guess I could do that. Interfacing.
A cockatoo is a parrot. This book talks about the delicate where to even begin. Pet owners, it is not recommended to get a cock. You're right, not performing this. Perhaps, in the words of poet explorer Sir James, this where to even begin. Pet owners, it is not recommended to get a cock.
Guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Interface. Can't interface with it. It doesn't do anything.
A worn map.
Anyway, it's time to sing. No, what's this? Nothing on the front page rings a bell. Strange. Guard.
Hey, was there something you need? Another thing. Great. Yes?
Goodbye. You know what? Some people left. Let's just do this.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
Continue.
You feel a little dizzy. A little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Put your lips against the microphone. Test it out.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
Happy we tried.
The stage, you feel.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Hank,
let me know
not
when I
too
should
close
turn
to the
on
mic.
the karaoke carousel.
Guess I gotta take the stuff off my hands.
The The state you've...
So, are you ready for your thing now?
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse, they are going to hate you. Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, it's eating them all up now.
Damn it.
You're still
I just wanted to change clothes.
That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Seriously running out of shits to give. To hell with all this. Wasting my life protecting humans, they don't deserve it. Done. No one even likes cops. Fuck Mondays, fuck River Shaw, fuck me, I'm done.
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up to detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following a nervous breakdown. He now lives under a bridge, drinking and occasionally throwing excrement at passers-by, shouting, "I never loved that woman." When asked to comment, former colleagues objected to the theory that his psychological disintegration was precipitated by his wife leaving him. "It's because the Furrows lost that match," said Captain Ptolemy Price, once the man's superior officer. "It's because he couldn't get a big gun from acquisitions, and anyway, police work really burns you out after a while," Satellite Officer Jean-Vic Mayer, the deranged former cop's partner, commented. Sergeant Matt Torson, another former colleague, did not propose any theories, merely saying, "Whatever happened to him wasn't about birds. He got fucked, that's all."
Well, that's no good. I basically died. What the... How'd that screw me up so bad? You know what? I should still keep wearing my usual shit. It's just the pants, really. I need new pants. Chemistry, -1 reaction speed. Whatever.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft, yet crinkly.
Oh, take the item out.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar. Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
I'll inspect it later. This time, right now. Yeah. Let's see. Actually, I haven't actually looked through my ledger. A gleaming chewing gum wrapper found in the pocket of the laborer's jeans. It gives off a ever so faint scent of apricots. Your mouth starts watering.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet or some ancient temple.
Take a deep, deep breath.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes.
Scented one.
Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive. Your heart working overtime, trying to keep up with the panicked synapses firing all over your brain, moving liters of blood through you, panicking. Feels so familiar.
Ancient temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity, a long time ago, millennia ago, on an island of time you can never return to.
End of summer?
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where'd it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? The sun, there is a movement. Why are you talking to a gum?
I don't know.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage. It takes about half an hour to piece one
Oh, so
together.
I've read it.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Apricot chewing scented gum. I don't know what they do. Anyway, time to sing.
The stage
It's 11
is
o'clock.
all set up for your performance. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
I'm ready, Gart. Hit play.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there.
That's his voice?
The smallest church in San.
That's his lizard
Though it once
voice.
was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there.
Maybe I would have sung
I have been so glad.
when the Hardy Boys
here,
were there. And even when Kim was here.
looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters Now, none of this matters at all.
Ancient reptilian brain.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. I want to dedicate this song to whoever wrote me that fucking letter. Still love you. Thank you very much, asshole. I'd like to dedicate this song to my partner, Kim, even though he's not here right now. I'd like to dedicate this song to Gart for letting me sing it. It's all shit, Gart. I'd like to dedicate this song to the pale nothing that will devour the world. I'd like to dedicate this song to Elysium, please don't fire me. I want to dedicate this song to anyone. I performed it for myself. Ancient reptilian brain.
There is silence now, in the deep, where the voice came from. It has receded, to return only in dreams and nightmares. This guy really carried you.
Yeah, to Kim.
Good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
It's been an honor, bound leave. Evening will come, and we will sue the Whitesteel. Workers of the world, unite! Thank you, Martinez. Did nothing leave enigmatically. It's been an honor. Hey, how'd I do?
Smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Notice that he recognized the song. Yeah, the church is actually my past. Yeah, the church is actually my life. Yeah, the church is actually my love. Things are really bad with it. Fucking rock that shit. Told you I'd rock that shit.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
Yeah, I told you I sing, right?
Hi again, Gendarme.
Oh. Nothing.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Anyways, let's see, composure. He also has composure. I guess I'll point it to composure. Hello.
Hi again, Gendarme.
What is so different?
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about.
Alright, again. No, it's not here. So that window would be around here. Obviously I can't see it because, you know.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed.
This is where I started off my motor carriage.
Yes, and ended up half sunken in the sea. You must have been drunk when you left off.
It's significant somehow.
Maybe. Probably. An ominous warning of bad things ahead.
Anyway, it's time to go to bed.
The door, this door, still, you should punch a fucking hole. The murmur in your ear. The lieutenant's door is closed. No response. Still, where is he? Isn't it party o'clock? Is he Not worried that you haven't found the murder weapon yet? Doesn't he want to go for a little drive? Anything to not face the hanged disco man yet. You hear the sound of a drawer closing, followed by the shuffling of feet.
Yes, what is it? What time is it?
It's party time. I want to go over the case again. You want to go for a midnight drive, clear our heads?
To clear our heads from what? Sleep? Good night, Harry.
Well, they came after hours. Oh, it was actually here.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it. It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you. Forever. On Faraday.
Spinning in eternity. Spinning on empty. Spinning. Tell me, am I dreaming?
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash. The bang. The endless learning experience.
Eternity.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Was it the first time I asked her out?
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The colors, the voices, the rain, the snow. I don't want to. It's beautiful. The endless visions. Erase them.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent, picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right. I am an agent of the world. What if I don't want to be an agent of nothing?
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay.
It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Building communism for all. This time we won't fail. We're making progress. Measured, steady progress. Forget politics. I'll never sleep if I keep on like this.
Are you sure? You could be closing the door on a brilliant and special future for yourself.
Yes, I'm sure it's boring and apolitical. And sleepy. Alright, it's time to get political.
I knew you couldn't resist. So now you're gonna change the world. But how?
Building communism for all. This time we won't fail. Making progress. Measured, steady progress. Let's go with communism.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Oh
Do
shit.
it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Agreed. Open your eyes. Healed morale.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
What's going on?
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Have you seen my shit recently? I've really gotten it together. Does this mean I need to clean up my hostel room? Judging from the state of my ledger, I don't think that's possible. I'm ready, let's get to it. Yeah, maybe I should start with cleaning the hostel room.
Your level of personal upkeep is irrelevant. All that matters is your commitment to building the World Republic. You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
Yeah, because they're dead.
They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
I don't know if I want to go searching for mole people, but I'm part of the coalition authorities who have been persecuting communists this whole time. Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder? I'm not supposed to find them if they're hiding.
They're not mole people. They're your comrades in the eternal class struggle. It's your task to find and join them. Possibly, if you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives. Listen to this. Do you really think you're the kind of person an underground communist cell would entrust with a mission that requires such discretion? Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all. Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists. Let your nose guide you, detective.
My nose?
Yes. Fortunately, communists are known to have a very distinct smell.
Distinct smell.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
What does communism smell like?
Failure.
There's so much failure in my life already. I don't know if I can take any more. Okay, but what does failure smell like?
That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix.
Oh,
People
I did
sometimes
shower already.
complain there are no real communists left in Martinez. But you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Flush out the white? Okay, I'm ready. Let's get organized. It's unfathomably stupid. I want no part of it.
It's not stupid. It's the greatest endeavor in the history of human civilization.
Well, if you say so, I guess I gotta get organized then. I'm gonna go around sniffing communists. Definitely stupid. Forget about it. Guess I'll never refuse tasks. Let's just do this.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinez. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact. Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Cape Side apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
Now, what will I do once I establish contact with my fellow communists?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
So nothing will get done. Okay. Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive?
Not at all.